Hello, everyone! I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you were watching live, welcome. If you were watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I am continuing what I was reading last week, which is, of course, the Count of Monte Cristo by Alexander Dumas, which I just want to say I have so much greater appreciation for just how big this book is that I'm reading now that I am not reading the digital copy. I'm also going to be able to tell you the page that I'm on now, which I couldn't do previously. I could only give you a percentage because of like the weird Kindle version. But yes, the debate was settled. I got the physical version. If you didn't see my community post, I had been reading the unabridged version all along, but this translation is better. I can already tell that it is better than the one that I was reading. I don't know which one I was reading. It's very bizarre overall, but yes. So here's my Count of Monte Cristo copy and all of its 1,200 page glory. And I am currently on page 472. And the only thing that I will say is that the Count is in Paris. That's all I will say. And then we have Alien Clay by Adrian Tchaikovsky, and I am currently on page 157. It looks a little weird because I have like a spoon bookmark. I don't know if you all have ever seen those where they like mash a spoon flat and then put words on it. So mine says, "How will it end?" which I thought was really cute. I got it on Etsy. And yeah, so using a spoon, page 157. So be sure to let me know in the comments what it is that you are reading or working on tonight. I got the Bubster is hanging out with me on the floor right now. He has been given many snacks, and one of the things that I started doing with him today that is brand new for him is he has an automatic feeder. And the thing that you need to know about Barker is for all the bluster that he gives, he is the biggest fraidy cat in the entire world. And so I put it down on the floor and it makes like whirring noises and stuff in order to dispense the food, and it beeps whenever you like change settings on it and stuff. And he refused for a little while to go anywhere near it, but the draw of food is too strong. And while right now I believe that he finds the device to be evil, the fact that he is hungry has been winning out. So that's my hope, is to be able to like just get him on a good feeding schedule so that he doesn't act like an absolute maniac, because he does when he's hungry. So that's like my new toy, if you will, that I got. So, looking forward to giving that a try. And as always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, put a fan on you, depending on what temperature it is where you are. I'm pretty comfy right now, and I'm in a t-shirt and shorts. I know you can't see my shorts, but I'm barefoot and I'm just remaining cool. Fortunately, the heat wave we were under has not been nearly as bad because we've been getting rain. It's going to rain a ton this weekend, which I'm kind of bummed about because my mom has actually come into our house to watch Bub, and Keaton and I are just taking like a little day trip, which is the first time we've ever gone somewhere and just stayed overnight for ourselves to just go do that. So that'll be fun. Looking forward to it, but it's going to rain pretty much the whole time that we're gone. Boo! But yeah, let me know if you're eating anything or snacking on anything. I'm going to have some trail mix that I'm looking forward to, and it's like a zesty ranch. It's got like jalapeno flavor stuff in it, and then I'm just drinking some water. So no alcohol for me this evening. And I'm gonna go ahead and let you all know as well. I made a note for myself that I will not be here next Friday because I had a group of friends that invited me to like this kind of like water park pool party thing that I thought sounded like a lot of fun, and it's in the evening. So I won't be available because of that. So I want to let you know in advance, and I'll let you all know at the end of the evening as well. But I'm here tonight. I'm here for you. Always here for you. And then I'm going to go over, say hello to everybody in the comments and see who all is here. So So Robert is here. Hi, Robert. Good to see you. He says, grab a drink, grab a snack. I'm reading High Rise J.G. Ballard. Awesome. And hello, room. And Robert says, hello. Stina says, hello. I'm reading Picnic at Hanging Rock. Awesome. And Tolkana says, hello. Hello to you, Tolkana. And Anne is here. Hi, Anne. Anne says, good evening, eating supper before I get back to reading. Very nice. And Robert says, I like the new look. Thank you. So I actually have a question tonight. It's going to be the first question of the evening is related to haircuts because I'll tell you all a little bit about mine. I appreciate you saying something nice, Robert. Thank you. I am not particularly thrilled with it, but there's a good reason why. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says hello. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. I am. How are you? I'm glad you found a better translation. Yes, me too. Thank goodness. And Nicole's here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, yay, glad you got the physical book. And that it is a great translation. Yeah, can't go wrong with Robin Buss, as people say. And Heidi is here. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says, I have one more chapter of Those Across the River by Christopher Buehlman's debut novel. It has been great. He can do no wrong, in my opinion. I was going to say you've loved like everything from him, Heidi. And Nicole says, hi, chat friends. I'm reading Resurrection by Tolstoy. Cool. Very nice. Robert says, and Heidi, heart. And Heidi says, I will be watching baseball tonight and back to baseball and beer happy hour. Fun. Hope you have a great time. And Travis is here. Hi, Travis. Travis says, Alex just got off work heading home. It is about to storm really bad, so trying to make it home before that starts. Yeah, be super careful. Definitely do not message while you drive, especially if it's raining. And Swank is here. Hi, Swank. Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy World Listening Day. Happy Butter Pecan Ice Cream Day. That's my favorite flavor. I love butter pecan and praline. Does that make me old? I don't know. I love them. And happy Sour Candy Day. I also love sour candy. And Nicole's waving hi to Robert. And Swank says, I'm reading My Heart is a Chainsaw. Very nice. And Talcana says, I see the crowns this week didn't before, maybe because I'm on my iPhone. App must have updated. Now I see why y'all were what y'all were talking about. Dang it. I think everybody's going to be talking about that for a while until it eventually just becomes like a routine joke. And says, hello, Travis, and hello, Nicole. Travis says, speaking of temperature, I got good news. Yay. My dad is going to have people come out and insulate our attic finally so that our house is in the hundreds all the time during this, or that I'm guessing you're saying that your house isn't in the hundreds all the time during the summer, since insulation helps with that, because that is good news. Insulation is very important. And Denise says, hello, everyone. I'm reading Finding Margaret Fuller and working on some plans to help me be more intentional and get more of my goals accomplished. Very nice. And then Travis says, LOL, one last thing before I start driving. I'm about to read a Magic the Gathering fiction book tonight. Nice. That would be something that Keaton would do. I don't want to read any of the novels. I love playing the card game. Super fun. I don't think I want to read any of the books, but I hope it's good for you. Talcana says, this evening, working for another hour, then going to read. Undecided what I'm going to read yet. Very nice. Well, you can always put it to a vote if you want to. Heidi says, Robert, I bought Bee Sting on audio, but not sure when I'll jump in. Probably before the end of the year. Hope you end up liking it. And Stina says, just finished a pineapple mango fruit bar and I'm drinking Jane Austen tea. Very nice. Zach says, hi, I'm going to start Memories of the Lost by Barbara O'Neill. Wonderful. Faye's here. Hi, Faye. Faye says, hello. I'm trying to finish Our Last Best Chance by King Abdul II of Jordan for my great reads from Around the World project. Jordan's embassy recommended this one to represent their culture and literature. That is super cool that you picked that up, Faye. I love it. So how are you doing with your reading slump then? Are you feeling okay? Also, how are you doing this week? I know that I'm sure you're still mourning the loss of your pup, but just wanted to check to see if you're feeling any better at all. And Heidi says, Robert, I found Harry Harrison's Skyfall in the wild. Have you read it? Barbara says, hey, Keaton, I'm going with KFC. I wish I don't have a KFC near me. It sucks. Gotta like drive to go get it. I was actually just talking with Keaton about that yesterday. I was like, I really wish that we had a KFC and an Arby's. Just maybe one day. I mean, I could. There's places like near us to go get it, but it's definitely out of the way. It would take like 40 minutes to drive there and back to get food. And it's like, no. Zach says, my snack is going to be a Nature's Valley strawberry wafer bar. They are dangerously good. I've never had one of those, but I do like Nature Valley stuff. And Anne says, Nicole, I just got a copy of Resurrection, but I have 80 pages left in Misbehaving at the Crossroads. Very nice. And Zach says, ooh, Steen, I really like Picnic at Hanging Rock. And Robert says, Heidi, I haven't read that one. I forgot which 2 Harrison books I recently picked up at the Whatnot auction. And Nicole says, hi, Ian. It reads really fast. And Stina says, I've only just started at Zach, but it feels very much like my kind of book. That's wonderful. And Anne says, I have to finish the first. Or finish this first. And Travis says, I'm at a light, so no texting and driving. LOL. Y'all play Magic. We play Commander. Yeah. So Keaton used to play Magic competitively. He would go to like local tournaments and stuff. And he was really into it at the time. And then he eventually just got out of it, sold all of his cards. He doesn't have anything anymore. I met him after he played Magic, and I used to go and I would do Friday Night Magic. And then I don't do that anymore, but I do play Commander. But I only play Commander and play Magic with friends. I don't like go to shops or anything. I really enjoyed it when I used to do that every week, but there's just something about what COVID did to the shop scene. And like some of our shops, they used to have these huge like open floors. So like imagine a building where like one side of it's the card shop and the other side of it has all the tables in the hall for people to be able to play. Some shops around us, the hall shut down. Like you can't even play with other people. So it's just the card shop. And it's like, yeah, but then why do you buy cards if you're not gonna play with people? Like that's how you get business. So I can only imagine what that did for their sales. I mean, it had to be terrible. So there's just no place around me now to go play. So it's kind of, and I haven't played online in a long time. I used to do that too, but I haven't done that in a long time. Robert says, Heidi, bee sting. And Faye says, thanks, Alex, much better this week. I think the reading slump is over. I'm happy to hear that, Faye. Zach says, butter pecan ice cream rips. More and more people are turning off the chat thing, and other streams, it's not hard to get to number 1 because almost everyone has turned it off. Understandable. Elke's saying hi to all and hello to you, Elke. And she says, reading Warbreaker by Brandon Sanderson, but I don't know how long I'll be able to stay awake. So tired. Well, go to sleep if you need to. It's totally okay. Happy you stopped by to say hello. And Zach says, there is a missing chapter in most editions of Picnic at Hanging Rock. The publisher chose to remove it, but you can find it online. It's the last chapter. And Heidi says, what is magic? Like D&D? So you know how like D&D is kind of a universe that you create with your mind. Like you have rule books and stuff, and you have characters and monsters that you encounter that are created by Wizards of the Coast. So Magic the Gathering is a card game. So they gave you the rules and you assemble a deck and you play against other people, and you have all these different kinds that you can play. So like when Travis is saying he plays Commander and I play Commander, that's like one version of playing the card game. Kind of like how people have like different versions of poker. That's probably the best way I can describe it. But there are many, 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 many cards, all different varieties of decks that you can create. Funny that you should say that though, Heidi, because Wizards of the Coast owns D&D and Magic the Gathering. So it's owned by the same company, but it is not the same kind of game. So cool. And Travis says, we don't go to any of the shops to play because I just don't like people, LOL, but we have a friend group that comes over to the house at least 2 or 3 times a week to play. I wish I had that. That's really cool. That's fun. I do have a group of friends that play, but how frequently we get to play is very far between. I mean, like, I'm lucky if I can once a year. Everybody's just really busy. It's the way that it is. And we all live kind of far apart. So you kind of like, not only do you have to have the availability to hang out, but then you have to be able to travel. It's just a thing. And Robert says, Magic, Alex, there was a store by me that had the exact setup you described. They went out of business in 2023. Yeah, it sucks. I hate it because Magic before COVID was such a community staple. It's one of those things that you could go and you can meet new people and you have a lot of friends, you get to know the regulars. And I wouldn't say that I was like best buds with anybody there, but I had people that I would talk to every week when I would go. And I felt like I lost something when I couldn't go do that. It was like just another reason why COVID was so isolating. I hate it so much. Especially because like, that's an independently owned business. Like, yeah, you can go buy like cards, like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, all sorts of stuff. You can buy those at a grocery store in most cases. But it's nice to be able to like, buy something from a family-owned business and get to talk to people. Even as much of a homebody as I can be, I did used to get out in that way, which is actually unlike me. I'm not really that kind of person that tries to go out into social gatherings, but Magic was like the one way that I used to do that. Nicole says, Zach, thanks for the reminder that we can turn the crowns off. Yes. And Travis says, all my friends that play Magic work at my organization, so they just come after work, and we have a shop here that has boxes of Magic cards, and you can get 100 for $2. Very nice. That's awesome. See, it says our D&D group seems to have disintegrated, people moving away, people returning to school, people struggling with health. Yeah, it is hard. I don't know what it is about, like, when I was in college, two of my closest friends, I would see one of them I saw every day because we lived in the same dorm, and he was on the floor above me because it was the boys' floor, and then I was on the girls' floor. And so I would literally just walk upstairs or he'd come down to me and we would hang out all the time. And then my friend who became his husband, uh, he would come over like every weekend. And so I would get to see them just pretty much as I wanted. And it was fabulous. And then when, school was over, but we all ended up moving and we still make an effort to get to see each other. But there's just something about like wishing that you could just get together on like a weird middle of the week thing, right? Like it's like a Wednesday night and you want to see somebody and you just can't because it's possible that they're like another state away, or maybe they're in the same state but they're like 2 to 3 hours away. It's hard. It's hard to make time. And that's one of the things that I say to friends of mine that I haven't seen in ages, because we always pick up where we left off, but it's like, God, has it really been, 6 to 8 months sometimes since I've seen you, right? And I know that it's nobody's fault because that time just flies by. Like the fact that we're already halfway through July, I just can't even believe it. It's weird. Dan says, good evening, everyone, and happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too, Tina. And Travis says, it's funny because me and my friends are environmental scientists, and my husband and his friends work at the hospital but love D&D, so my group has more nature decks and his has more fantasy decks. That's fun. I love it. That's really cool. All right, everybody. I'm going to give you your first question. As promised, it's going to be haircut related, which is, how would you describe your haircuts as a child? And have you ever had a bad haircut as an adult? I think stories like this can be funny. I wish that there was a way for us to like share pictures on the screen, where I could like accept them and like show them, because I think it can be really funny to show like old photos, because I'm going to imagine a lot of you are probably going to be like, yeah, oh my God, I had horrible haircuts when I was a kid, because I know I did. So I look forward to hearing about that. But I got 45 minutes up on the clock for you all. I'm going to dive back into Monte Cristo. I'm in a pretty good part right now. And then when I'm done with that chapter, I'll probably go into Alien Clay, because I have not read this. Have I read this at all this week? If I had, it was minimal. So I really need to read this. But I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. After I got the timer adjusted for my mistake of not starting it. Thank you very much for those of you who pointed that out. We still got our 45 minutes in, and I had a snack, and I got a little dessert. I got some gulab jamun, and I made myself some tea, and now I'm on page 483 of The Count of Monte Cristo, and I did make it into the next chapter, and instead of stopping, I just kept reading into the next chapter. So I'll get to Alien Clay eventually tonight, but I'm gonna read this next chapter before I do. I will also very quickly get the timer adjusted back. It'll take just a few seconds. No big deal. There we go. Perfect. So before we left, I asked you all the question, how would you describe your haircuts as a child, and have you ever had a bad haircut as an adult? See, I'll go back to my last comment here. I will say, I'll start off on this one. So, my haircuts when I was a kid, I was a very big stickler for some reason about the way that my hair looked. But at the same time, I wasn't allowed to do anything like funky or punky or stylish or anything. Like, I never had any interestingly colored hair when I was growing up. I just wasn't allowed to do stuff like that. And so, I look back at pictures of myself, and there were some times when it's like, oh, that's cute, just like a little bob cut that I had. And I had a lot of other times that I felt like because my hair was cut by a woman who cut my mama and my mom's hair. So she was used to cutting the hair of people who were older than I was. And I'm just like this kid and this teenager. And so I ended up having a lot of haircuts that either didn't suit me or looked like they were too old for me. And so I really don't like a lot of pictures that I see of myself from when I was younger until I was like, I don't know, later high school years is when I kind of started a little bit coming into my own, but it still took some time after that, like into college. And the question of like, have you ever had a bad haircut as an adult? The reason I asked that is because it's freshly on my mind. So you all know I had like my hair had grown out quite a bit. And I didn't want to cut all of it off because I had made a lot of progress in growing it out, but I just wanted to do something a little bit different. And yesterday, I ended up going to get my hair cut, and I showed her a photo of what I wanted. And so I can tell you that, like, for the most part, like the sides and everything are the way that I wanted. The problem is in the photo, the woman had her bangs down to here, and my bangs were like here. I mean, they were like fully in my eyes, so it easily would have been doable for me to like have my bangs down here. For whatever reason, she cut them all the way up to the middle of my head, and I hate it, and I feel like it looks dumb. And I there's nothing I can do about it other than like just let it grow out a little bit and just like try to style it. So I'm trying to figure out, because it only happened just yesterday, trying to figure out what I'm going to do with it to make it the way that I want it. But I was just supremely disappointed. And there are a few really bad feelings that are elicit the same emotion as a haircut that went a way that you didn't want it to, if you know what I mean. But anyway, I will go to the comments. And Travis said, LOL, I'm from the South, so I had a mullet from ages 3 to 9, and then had my emo swoosh hair. I could see it. Nastina says, my mom did all of our haircuts, and it was in the 70s, so my older brother and I had identical shag haircuts. People thought we were actual twin boys. Oh! Tokana says, Alex, oh, yeah, it was when I messed up the timer. Robert says, Mr. Clean, you'll Brenner for me, Alex. You'll who? I yes, you're right, Robert. I know the name Yul Brenner, but I can't picture that him in my mind. And Jamie said, hello, Alex and company. Just popping in from work for now. I'll be back in about an hour. Well, good to see you, Jamie. It means that she'll be getting off here very soon. And Faye says, childhood and adulthood, I've mostly just let my hair grow until it drives me crazy, then cut it shoulder length. I had bangs as a kid, not anymore, too high maintenance. Bangs are high maintenance. And the reason they're high maintenance isn't just because you have to get them cut frequently. It's because if they get cut poorly, then it affects the whole like look of your hair and your face, which sucks. And Zach says, I've only had 2 haircuts in my life. The first one is self-explanatory when I mentioned I changed it because I got tired of people calling me Harry Potter. My other haircut, ... My other haircut was a buzz cut that I've been doing myself since I was like 13. Beyond that, trying to do any kind of haircut has been pointless for a while because I started going bald in my early 20s. The early like premature like hair loss. That is a very common thing now for young men. I think it's even more common now than it used to be. And Faye says, my only bad haircuts were at ages 3 and 11. At 3, my mom had my ringlet curls cut off because my cousins kept pulling them. That's so sad. And at 11, it was cut to hang above my shoulders and looked weird. And Jamie said, no haircuts as a kid, always had long hair, just the occasional trim of split ends. I've definitely had bad haircuts as an adult. It's rough. It sucks. And Stina says, I've been pretty lucky as an adult. I did learn that I do not look good with a full-on shaved head. It was for charity still, so no regrets. I respect that. I had a fully shaved head for a long time. I just got tired of having hair, but this was also the era when I used to wear a full face of makeup, and you wouldn't know it because I don't wear them anymore, but I actually have 3 piercings in each ear. So I wore like these huge hoops and like dangly earrings. It was like a completely different look. No joke. If you guys saw pictures of me from that time, I don't even look like the same person. I mean, unless I'm smiling, but if like I just am straight faced, you would never know that we were the same person. And it's just wild how much my appearance has changed. So like yesterday, because I freaked out about my hair, I was like, I just got really stressed about it. I did something I haven't done in years because all my makeup's expired because I haven't worn makeup in a really long time. Ended up going to the store and I bought like a whole new face of makeup because I just wanted to see if it would help, like going and putting on the way that I used to. And Keaton actually watched me put it on in the bathroom. And it wasn't that it looked bad, it looked like a different era of myself. Like I might come on here one time and like show you guys what I look like with makeup because it's just there's something about it. It's a little Keaton uses the word uncanny. I don't know what it is. It just I don't look like myself. Jamie says, love that, Stina. And Zach says, oh, sorry, I already read that one. Elkie says, oh, I wanted the extra time. Oh, because I shortened the timer. My bad. Denise says, I had pixie cuts. Didn't know I had curly hair until 6th grade when my hair grew longer. Wow, that's wild. Mostly had short cuts until about age 15. Been longish and curly ever since. I grew up in the 60s and 70s. My mom has curly hair, and I wish that I like had curly hair. So I kind of wish that I had that hair where you could straighten it if you wanted to, and you could curl it if you wanted to. It kind of has a natural waviness. My hair is straight. And I mean just flat. Like I always use the phrase straight as a board. And I don't know how that happens. And there are certain hairstyles that it's good to have straight and fine hair because you can like do a lot of things with texture in it. But there's so many other things that I wish I could do that I just can't. And I mean it. I have tried. I've had hairstylists. I've tried myself. My family's tried to curl my hair. It is impossible. Will not happen. And Denise says, turned 63 today. Happy birthday, Denise. That's amazing. And Faye says, happy birthday. And Robert says, childhood haircut style, short with the wave at the front. Nice. And Stina says, Denise, happy birthday. Robert says, happy birthday to Denise. Enjoy the day. Anne's wishing Denise a happy birthday. Takana says, happy birthday. And Heidi says, when I was 6, my mother gave all of us the Dorothy Hamill cut in 1976. It was all the rage. Well, at least you were stylish. I was never stylish. I was never cool. I never had a good sense of style. I would not describe myself as frumpy because that would be the wrong word to use. But there was just something... I don't want to say unkept, but maybe unkept would be a more apt word to use for like the way that I looked when I was growing up, because it wasn't so much that I was sloppy as it just the things I was wearing, it was the most basic things that I could wear, and like anything that could have been stylish was styled by people who were a lot older than me, because I also didn't pick up my own clothes because I hated buying clothes. I hated clothes shopping. I still don't really like it, but I don't despise it anymore. I mean, it can be fun, especially if you find something really good at Goodwill. That's like the most fun. But yeah, I just I look back at old pictures of me and I'm like, "Oh god, I wish I could go back in time and just like try to redo a couple things." And he says, "When I was in college, my roommate gave me the Demi Moore Ghost Pixie. It looked good." Oh, I love that. And Travis said, "Friends, I'm hopping off. Just had a situation go down, and now I'm stressed." And I said to him, "Take care of yourself, Travis. Stay safe." Because I never like to hear that a situation has happened, because usually that means that it's something bad or potentially dangerous. So everybody send positive vibes to Travis. Dalkana says, "As a kid, I had long triangle hair, which someone had told me about layer about 10 years earlier than wish someone had told me about layers about 10 years earlier than they did." Oh, that's great. Triangle hair. I can picture that. I know exactly actually what you're saying. It makes perfect sense. And Nicole says, "Heading out for dinner. Thanks for sprints." Good to see you, Nicole. Hope you enjoy dinner. Talkana says, "Not really a bad haircut, but after my son was born, I had to get a lot of dead hair cut off, which made me sad because I had pretty long hair, trying to grow it out again, but it's slow." I know. It's so I will say this. I am lucky because as far as hair growth goes, my hair grows really fast. My hairstylist said I grow at least half an inch every month, which is a lot of hair. Like every time I go to get my hair cut, there's always a pile on the floor. And especially this time when I got like all this bottom part cut off, it was a lot. And it's just it's hot and it's thick. And I had forgotten what it was like to not have natural ventilation. And I did not like it in this heat because I'm just so used to being able to keep cool. Um, but yeah, I mean, when you're starting from very little or starting from nothing, it's like in the beginning you feel like, oh, it's growing out really fast. And then it just becomes painful to go through the awkward phases, which was another reason why I was mad that my bangs got cut off, is because it's like, look, they're going to go really fast. I mean, like a month from now, they're already going to be down to like here, so it's really not going to be a huge deal. It's just the fact that you got to wait, unless I want to go and get like clip-in bangs, which I do not. So there you go. Faye says, "I watched a YouTube video. I read 12 pages. Very nice." Denise says, "Thanks, everyone." And Teresa says, "Hello, Alex and friends." Hello, Teresa. Still working on Emma this week and a nonfiction. Very nice. Sina says, "I'm on page 12 of the story proper on Picnic. I also finished the foreword by Mail Malloy. It's not Maley, is it? I don't know. Penguin Classics editions, and it totally spoils the final chapter. Gah! Okay, so yet another reason why I really don't like to read the introductions to books. I have for certain books, I do not for all. And I have an excuse with The Count of Monte Cristo, because this version has an introduction, but this wasn't the version I started reading. And so the version I started reading didn't have an intro, and I did not read this one. I might go back and read it after I'm done, just to kind of get, Robin Buss's opinion on it. But as I don't know, is it Robin can be a male or female name, right? I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to assume it's a woman, Robin, but go back and see what they had to say about it. Obviously, if you're the translator, you're going to put a lot of emotion into the fact that you spent all those hours translating it. So I'm sure it's a work that Robin likes. And Swank says, "When I was 9, my mom took me to get a haircut and they gave me a short ducktail." I've had a ducktail. "I was outside with my dad and a boy came up and asked if he could play with his son. Worst cut ever." Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I have been misgendered so many times in my life. I mean, it has gotten easier just because of the number of times it happened, but it's still like, it's like, come on, people. It's just hair. And Stina says, I think I saw something the other day that suggested that short bangs like that are on trend. Oh, well, maybe I can be stylish without not knowing it, Stina. So thanks. Teresa says, did you say something to the stylist? I did. I consider her to be a friend because I've been going to her now for 3 years. And I mean, for the most part, she's always done a pretty good job on my hair. And I kind of alluded to her because it was a shock at first. I was like, oh, I was expecting, the bangs to be longer and everything. And the way that she did kind of the fade on my hair was also kind of weird. And so here's the way that I respond to things like this is after the hair's cut, there's nothing that you can do about it. So I could get upset and I could be like, what'd you do? It's not going to help anything. So I kind of what I was doing is I was making comments to her like, okay, well, it's shorter than is in the photo and here's where I expected it to be. We're just going to have to let it grow and kind of see like this is different. It's new. I'll see if I can get used to it and shrug and move on. But inside I was panicking, because it's makes up how you look. It's part of how the world perceives you and everything. And people carry a lot of their emotions and their confidence in their hair. And so one of the things I was talking about with Keaton is because at first it was a huge blow because it's like it didn't turn out to be what I wanted. But he told me that when I wasn't thinking about it and I wasn't paying attention to it, I carried it the way that I have carried all my other haircuts. And it's like, well, I'll get used to it and it'll be okay. It's just like, dang it. Swank says bangs are nature's Botox. They are. No, that's so true. When my bangs were really long, just before yesterday, I felt like it took years off of me because I couldn't see any of the. I know you can't see them on the video because they just look smoother on camera, but in person I actually have pretty defined lines in my forehead and I have like some creases right here because my entire life I've always had a very expressive face. Like I just am not somebody that just like that all the time. Like I'm constantly moving my eyebrows or doing everything when I speak. I mean, you all figured that out in the time that you've been watching me. And so like I have probably as deep of lines as some people that are, I don't know, 10, 15 years older than me. It's just the way that it is. But when I had bangs, I was like, dang, you can't tell. I look younger. Teresa says, I've had a lot of bad haircuts, but not many as an adult. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. And Zach says, luckily, I don't mind being bald. I actually really liked it when I had all my hair shaved off because it other than just like periodically shaving it, it was so low maintenance. And, you just get in the shower and just give your hair a good rub of shampoo and you don't have to blow dry or towel dry anything. It was awesome. And as Zach says, Memories of the Lost by Barbara O'Neill is pretty good so far. It came out in 2024, but it has a kind of strange 70s feeling to the writing. Interesting. And Anne says, I have very curly hair, so my hair has been short. I remember wanting long hair in third grade. She said as long as she could get a brush through it, it lasted about a month before I was begging. Aw. Dang. Swank says, Denise, happy birthday. And Teresa says, my mom had thin, straight hair, but I was blessed with thick, wavy hair and have always appreciated it. So my hair is thick, but fine. So fine, thick, straight hair. Fine. Is that the right? No, fine. Yes, that is, right? Fine, thick, straight hair. That's what I have. And Faye says, my mom was determined to have me in pixie cuts after the ringlet incident, but one day a lady told her what a lovely little boy I was, and I wouldn't let anyone near me with scissors for years. Aww. Stina says, my hair is slightly wavy. It will not hold curl without a perm. It will not stay straight. No styling tool or product is any help whatsoever. I just wash it and let it air dry and do what it wants. I actually asked the lady who does my hair, I was like, what would happen if like I did a perm with my hair texture? She's like, it wouldn't hold. No, it would just be a waste of money. I was like, good to know. Thanks. And Zach says, happy birthday, Denise. I can't send you a piece of cake, but here's a piece of pie. Nice. That was cute. Swing says, I keep my hair in a bob. And Zach says, the clothes and stuff are the same for me growing up. Stina says, now I'm going for the Gen X weird Barbie look. My husband keeps my left side shaved, so I have to let the rest keep growing because I'm scared to bend my neck in the wash bowl in a salon. Got ya. And Zach says, I read the introductions to books after I've read them because I've been spoiled too many times. And what a shame that is. If that's the case, it shouldn't be an introduction. It should be like an afterwards. And Stina says, no idea how Mel Malloy pronounces it. I looked her up and she's written a bunch of stuff I'd never heard of. He said, Zach, yeah, I'm a slow learner. And Faye says, for what it's worth, Alex, I'm getting used to your haircut. I get weirded out when people change their hair. Well, I guess, Faye, at least with me, you were used to me having it short for so long, even if it was a different swoop and a different style and everything. I mean, it's really, I guess, not that much different than some that I've already had. Now, if I showed up here wearing a wig that was like down to my butt, that might be a little bit of a shock. And Zach says, introductions are deviously tempting. And Stina says, I was so upset that I could not have Farrah hair. Zach says, fun fact of the term bangs comes from horse grooming. Cutting the tail flat at the end is called a bang tail. I didn't know that. And Zach says, when I had hair, it was pretty fine and thin, so I didn't really lose much. That's fair. Stina says, home perms in the 80s were powerful. They held. I also have thick and fine hair, but there was no nuance, just tight curls that would not be styled. Yeah, that would be hard because if you're trying to get a perm so that you can wear a different style, but then you can't do anything with it because the chemicals just hold it in one place. It's like, well, then is it really any better? I don't know that it would be. And says, a year ago, I had a buzz cut. Everyone told me not to cut it like that ever again. Oh, I have this habit, Anne, of when people start telling me what I should and shouldn't do with my hair, I get spiteful and I tend to do the opposite. And what was funny about this time is I had very, very strong opinions one way that I should keep growing it out. And I got like a really, really hateful comment from somebody that I worked with that I should cut it all off again because I looked older and she didn't like it. And I was like, okay. So I went in the middle. I did what I wanted to in the middle style where I didn't like lose all of it, but it took off all the heat. So we'll see where it ends up in like 2 months. Who knows? You never know with me. You really don't. And Swank says, your hair is kind of Joan of Arc like. Okay, I'll receive that as a compliment, Swank. All right. Thank you, everybody, for that fun hair discussion. I know that's not normally what we talk about, but I had a good time. And I will go ahead and give us our next question, which is going to be, what noises do you find to be so distracting that they pull you out of a book? And some of these are going to be obvious, but some of them might be interesting. I'm not sure. I'm curious. And Faye says, I can't imagine telling someone to do their hair to suit me. Geez. Yeah, I have learned in my life that especially if you work in a job where you need to take care of people, that the more of a relationship that you build with people when you're trying to help them, sometimes I feel like people look at those in like a customer service role, regardless of what it is, as like an object rather than a person, where it's like you can just kind of say whatever to them because like they're going to help you regardless. And it's one of the reasons why I am always so courteous to any staff that I ever work with. And I would never intentionally say something insulting. Or if I did misspeak, I would like apologize for it because no, I would never talk to somebody the way that some people have spoken to me. And Anne says, people tell me not to cut off the curls. You just do whatever the heck you want, Anne. And that's what matters. And Teresa says, I think you look great how it is, but do you have the picture of what you wanted? I'm curious. Yes, I'll show you. Give me just 1 second. I'll hold it up so it'll kind of look a little funny, you know, because it's in the camera, but I'll still show you. So I'll have to turn to the side for you guys so that you can see. So that was it. So you can see how much longer the bangs are than what I have, just obviously from there. So it's kind of like you see the difference. So part of it is pretty close, and another part of it's just completely wrong where it's just too short right at this part. I don't know. When she looked at me and she's like, well, I got it as close to the picture as I could. I'm like, how though? How? And Heidi says, music with lyrics will. Oh, sorry. That's Heidi's answer to the question. I will read that when we come back from sprints. And I will actually start the timer this time. I promise. All right. I will let everybody get back to reading. I'm going to dive back into the Count of Monte Cristo, drink my tea, and eat my gulab jamun. So I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I am almost at page 500. Woohoo! In the Count of Monte Cristo. All right. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what noises do you find to be so distracting that they pull you out of a book? And Heidi said, music with lyrics will distract me while reading. Completely agree. The only kind of music I could listen to while reading is lo-fi. And Faye says Katy Perry-ish, the photo. Yeah, I agree. I didn't think about it like that, but yeah, it was like a certain era, I guess, of Katy Perry. Though being compared to her nowadays is not a positive thing. She's been the butt of a lot of jokes in the media for a few months now. And Stina says, Heidi, same. I have a Spotify playlist called Wordless Eclectia. Eclectia? That's a fun word. And Swank says, high-pitched noises, dog barks. I'm a cat person. My cats meow. I have heard a cat that barked before. You know how like some animals just have funny noises that they make that are not like normal, like a dog that barks, but it doesn't sound like a bark, or a cat that meows. It doesn't sound like a meow. It can be pretty funny. Yeah, high-pitched noises bother me too. Dog barking can pull me out of it, especially because usually Barker's very reactionary to that. So even if there was the chance that I could not hear a dog barking from like a distance, he's going to end up barking. So then it'll be very loud. Beeping, I don't like any kind of beeping. But the one that will like stress me out the most, if I don't know where it's coming from, is the sound of like running or dripping water. I hate that noise. And Stina says, I have misophonia and am especially sensitive to knuckle cracking, which happens to be one of my husband's autistic stems. Oh, dang. That is an unfortunate combination. I guess knuckle cracking makes sense as a stem. I never thought about it, but yeah, makes perfect sense. And Anne says, the neighbor's dog barking. Stina says, sirens. I always have to open Pulse Point and see what's going on. Okay, makes sense. Zach says, and The Eagle Flies Alone by Arch Enemy is a great song to listen to when you're in the mood to give the middle finger to other people's opinions. I like it. That's fun. Zach says, I'm good at tuning most things out. The only two things I struggle with are noises from children and other people's disrespectfully loud music. That is fair. And says, when it was cut that short, it was really easy to take care of. The shampoo lasted longer. So true. You don't have to take all the time to blow dry. Faye says, I'm never fully in a book. I'm always hyper aware of my surroundings. I can ignore most sounds as long as I can hear my thoughts. Talking or singing starts to blend with my reading and distracts, though. Okay, good to know. Ever since I was a kid, I can read in public places where a lot of people are talking, like there's kind of a cacophony of talking, because I can't pick out any one voice. So that's not an issue. I kind of treat that more like ambient sound. But if somebody turns a TV on, very difficult for me to read. And Stina says, my first haircut was in second grade and it shocked my hair from a strawberry blonde to dull brown. I was livid. I didn't know that could happen. You're like the Tangled movie. And Faye says, as a kid, my hyper aware thing was like a superpower. I could read a book or daydream in class and not get caught out when my name was called. That's pretty impressive. Jamie says, currently the sounds of renovations in the unit above me and the simultaneous roof replacement of my building. Oh, that sounds miserable. I'm so sorry, Jamie. Yeah, loads of fun not. Anne says, I said something about the neighbor's dog barking and now it's barking again. One of our cats freaks out every time it barks. That's sad. I'm so sorry. Denise says, been working on short and long-term planning and organizing my books. Awesome. Very nice. And Faye says, no reading. That sprint, did a Duolingo Chinese lesson, did a water change in my fish tank. Very important. And moved one of my snails into the hospice tank, refilled a soap dispenser, and got in my PJs. Well, you were busy, ma'am. That's a lot that you were doing. I didn't know that snails needed a hospice tank. Talcana says, ended up playing Legos with kiddos instead of reading. Aw. Christina says, made myself a turkey sandwich and listened to a bit of How to Examine a Wolverine. It's a cool name. And Patricia's here. Hi, Patricia. Patricia says, hi, Alex. Hope you're doing good today. I am doing well. Thank you. I hope you are as well. I'm reading the tandem read of Throne of Glass today. I'm about halfway through. That's fantastic. Denise says, the only noise that can pull me out of a book are noises that interest me, can have the TV or music on as long as I don't care about it. That is fascinating, Denise. That is a rare superpower. Patricia says, same about music with lyrics. I listen to a playlist called Piano Covers of Famous Songs. Jamie says, got dishes done while listening to The Buffalo Hunter Hunter. Nice. Robert says, noise, landscapers, and leaf blowers. Makes sense. Christina's here. Hi, Christina. Christina says, happy Friday, Alex. Happy Friday to you. We finished the Hunger Games books. Woohoo! So we were watching the movies tonight. We'll be lurking, though. I hope you enjoy the movies. Did you enjoy the books? And you said, remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so that you hopefully get notified. Thank you. Yeah, that's a funny thing about notifications on YouTube is sometimes YouTube just doesn't promote a video that somebody makes, so it really doesn't matter. Sometimes it feels like in the long run of like whether people are trying to get the bell notification or not, but if you get it and you want it, thank you. I appreciate that. And Paula's here. Hi, Paula. Paula says, hi, Alex in chat. Just swinging by to boop the like button before I head to bed. Well, thank you so much. And I hope you have a wonderful sleep and can head into a lovely weekend. Christina says, Stina, my hair did something similar. And Faye says, snails don't really need a hospice tank, but when they haven't moved in a few days, I figure they're about to die. When they die, they stink. So I move them to a smaller tank on their own. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Zach says, I could be 90% asleep at school and still paid enough attention to answer questions and such when I tried. When they tried to call me out. Nice. Faye says, if they come back to life, it can always move them back. Absolutely. What is the lifespan of a snail, Faye? Christina says, I did enjoy the books and so did hubby and son. Now we have chats all day about them too. That is so sweet. I love that you all read books as a family. And Talcana says, what about the chime noise at the end of the sprint that pulls us out of whatever we're doing, right? That is so true. None of us said that until you just said that, Talcana. Good one. Good one. And Faye says, right out of my skin sometimes. Yeah, I had the meow on a really low volume, so I actually turned it up because I realized I'm like, well, if I'm not paying attention, I guess I could miss it. I had to crank that up. And Faye says, the nearite snails I get have a freshwater lifespan of about 6 months to a year, but I had one that lived 5 years. It's probably the healthiest snail ever. Good on you, Faye. That's really cool. All right, I'm going to give you all your next question, and that is going to be similar to how we were talking about noise, focusing a little bit on senses here. Do you light a candle when you read or use any sort of scent to create the perfect space while reading? I know that that's a big thing online right now, is kind of like curating the best space to read. Like some people have like very specific ritualistic things that they do to kind of like get in the mood for reading. And I'm curious if you all have any of those, but related to smell, I guess. And Anne says, I was the kid in school who got excited when the teacher said that they were going to read, or that we were going to read silently. I also got excited about that. Same. Faye says Frank Snell Latra was a trooper. That was his name. Oh. I don't want to blow anybody's ears out, but if I could have naturally made like my normal amount of noise, I would have it would have been like, ah! That's a great name for a snail. Wonderful. And Jamie liked that too. Let's see. Stina says, I never understood why I couldn't stay in at recess and read. Darn them. You have to take your book out into the mulch. All right, everyone. I got sucked into where I'm at in the Count of Monte Cristo, and I'm like, I need to know what's happening, like in this section that I'm reading. So I have not taken a break yet to read Alien Clay. I guess we're gonna find out if I'm going to tonight or not. It's a journey. So get that timer started, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. I got through another chapter of The Count of Monte Cristo, and I am now at page 514. Chapter. Oh, God. The Roman numerals got me. I got to the weird ones. Hold on. I don't normally read books with this many chapters that are in Roman numerals. I know that probably sounds dumb, but I don't. I'll be able to tell you in a minute. I won't do it right now. Oh, but before we left, I asked you all the question, do you light a candle when you read or use any sort of scent to create the perfect space while reading? I guess this is more of a, do you even create a space while reading type question, but you can answer specifically. And Robert, I love the snail with the microphone. Oh, for Frank Snailatra. And Faye says, "Yay, Count of Monte Cristo addiction." Yeah, Faye, I wish I could say, because I know some of you have read The Count of Monte Cristo, so if I told you where I was, you'd be like, I know exactly, but I don't want to spoil anything. Some drama. And Anne says, I don't like candles. I am scared that one of the cats will get excited and knock it over. A fair concern. Have you ever thought about getting flameless candles? If you like the look of them, they make some really realistic ones now where the wicks actually like move. I got one of those for work because I created a table this year. It was like a remembrance table for prisoners of war, and there's like specific things that have to be out on the table, and one of them is a candle. But we can't have an open flame at work, and so I got one of those with like the little, it's like a little thing that just moves and it flickers, and it actually looked really good. Faye says, I only light a candle or something if I'm desperately in need of comforting ambience. Usually an ASMR video is enough. That's fair. Yeah, I don't light candles very often at all, but the biggest time of year that I do is absolutely in the fall, without a doubt. Stina says, I don't curate scents at home because we are both very sensitive to a lot of scents, but the smell of coffee doesn't hurt. The smell of food just makes me hungry and distracted. And Faye says, Robert, lol, I've named a few of my snails after crooners. They're so slow and mellow. Robert says, Faye, that name, I love it. And Denise says, sometimes I like to light a candle. I've been reading outside quite a bit this summer. Going to do that for this sprint. I wish it was easier to read by candlelight. Like, I have such an appreciation now for people back in the day that they didn't have any sort of electric light, so they could only read by candlelight, because the flickering, unless you have multiple of them around you where it kind of makes like a, I don't know if you want to think of like a flat light, it's actually pretty exhausting for the eyes to try to sit and read by candle. And Stina says, as long as I can get into a comfortable reading position, not much else matters. I was the low supervised sticker in the corner with the book and she's fine kid. I was always really good at entertaining myself. And I think that's one of the things my mom loved about me the most, is I was not high maintenance at all. I can only imagine if I had a child, like I want them to be able to also entertain themselves, but with my luck, they'd be crazy. Robert says, brand Village Candle Scent Rain. Good to know. Learned something new about you, Robert. Swank says, when I have them, especially in the fall and Halloween. Thank you. Yes. Faye says, Robert, thanks. It was only Crooner's name that made a good pun, so it was fitting that he lived the longest. Robert says, Faye, you could do authors' names in the future. Mary Snaily. Well, Shelley, because he's a snail, or her could be a snail. It actually would be appropriate. Robert says Edgar Allan Slow. I like that one too. Dalgona says no candle, but might start. It sounds nice. And Faye says, Robert, good idea. Right now I have tiger snails, so they're Tigger and Tony. That's cute. Jamie says, I sometimes light a candle when I'm crafting, which also usually involves listening to an audiobook. So by extension, made myself a big old salad and continued the Buffalo Hunter. Made it to 42%. Very nice. Cena says, got to page 24 of Picnic and got about 10% into Rapunzel by Ursula Vernon, third in the Hamster Princess series. Hamster Princess! That's so fun. Denise says, went outside and did some reading, then my son called. Lovely. And Brenna's here. Hi, Brenna. Brenna says, I almost never light a candle, but I almost always listen to an ambiance to create a vibe. I like it. Jamie says, I'm really thinking I might need to reread Count of Monte Cristo. It's been a long while. Well, you would be in good company. So when I went to Barnes & Noble to pick up the Penguin for the Count of Monte Cristo, I learned that the Penguin edition of The Three Musketeers has a comic on the cover. And of course, I don't get the reference because I haven't ever read The Three Musketeers, but I just thought that was so funny. I've never seen a Penguin classic that had a comic on the front. So I don't know. If I end up getting to this and I'm like, I need more Dumas, I'll read The Three Musketeers. I think Robert, you had told me one time I should read that too, but I might be misremembering. I don't know. All right, everybody, we're getting down to the last two sprints of the evening. And the next question I'm going to ask is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? We've already learned some interesting things during this chat, which has been fun, but I've got my one fun fact I would like to share. And so definitely come up with your own of whatever it is that you learned that's new. It can be related to your hobbies. It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else but you. It just has to be something that you enjoyed learning about. See, and I will go ahead. Let's see, we're at 3:19. Okay, so we'll do another 45, and then when we get to the end of the discussion for the next chat, we'll figure out how long to do the last sprint. Sound good? Alrighty, I will see you all in a little bit, and I'm trying to figure out, do I do the next chapter in the count, or do I go to Alien Clay? Dang it. I don't know. I might go to Alien Clay. All right. I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read Alien Clay during that sprint, and I made it to page 173. And before we left, I asked you all one of my weekly questions, which is what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? And I would be happy to start. I will try to show it with a photo, but it'll be a little bit difficult. So I learned about penguin feathers, and I've never actually seen a penguin like skin before. So what this is so like this right here, that's the layer of skin, and then this is where the feathers start. And so penguins have 3 different layers to their feathers that help with both thermal protection and water protection. But you can see how like densely packed these feathers are. So I guess they have like 20 to 30 feathers every square centimeter compared to like a chicken, for example, which only has about 6. So it's just really incredible because when you look at them, like you know logically that they have feathers, but I've never seen the way that they're structured before, and like they're just like vertically stacked and smushed. I thought that that was really cool. So, yay, penguins. And Zach says, I like Three Musketeers more than Count of Monte Cristo. My next Dumas is going to be Wolf Leader, which is a werewolf book. Ah, I didn't know he wrote a werewolf story. Good to know. Faye says, I learned that the King of Jordan, when he was young, was the helicopter pilot who flew Spielberg, Harrison Ford, and Sean Connery to Petra, the stone-carved city, to film Indiana Jones. No way! That's actually really freaking cool. And Zach says, this week I learned an ass load is an actual measurement. It's the amount of weight a donkey can carry, approximately 480 pounds. Oh, that's great. An ass load. And Faye says, when he realized he had James Bond on board, he pranked them by flying low and saying it was to avoid being shot down. He later apologized and became friends with Spielberg. Oh, and so a ruler with a sense of humor. Robert says, would you rather eat mint-flavored salsa and get mind-reading abilities or sugar-coated caviar and get super strength? Ooh. See, I feel like mind-reading abilities, it's a blessing and a curse. Like, yeah, you'd be able to learn some things that maybe you want to know, but then you would also learn a lot of things that you don't want to know. So I'd actually rather have to eat the sugar-coated caviar and get super strength. Yeah. And Stina says, I learned that Stephen Colbert started his own book club last month and that CBS canceled his show. Yes, they did. Potentially some sort of like gentleman's agreement because Trump got pissy about something and they wanted to take Colbert's job. And, here's the thing. I was actually talking with Keaton about that this morning. And I said, the thing with Colbert is like Colbert has earned his money. Like he also has his own fame, right? So he could find another job. It's not really going to be detrimental for him because he probably has more money than any of us realize. The people that I feel bad for are the staff. It's like his camera crews, his writers, his set designers. I mean, like the musicians that play on his stage, like all of them are out of a job, and it sucks. So, like, those are I feel like a lot of times, like, people don't think about that. Like, when a show gets canceled, it's not just the actors, if you will, that are in it. It's everybody else too. And there's a petition right now to try to get it to come back. Like, they're trying to get CBS to recognize that it's not fair, and I don't know how well that's gonna go. I like Colbert. I like Jon Stewart. I like John Oliver. I really liked Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah is really cool. But you said, I hope he keeps the club going even if he has to rename it. Yeah, that would be awesome. What book did he decide to go with this month, Stina? Or is it not monthly? Is it like semi-monthly? Bi-monthly. There we go. Bi-monthly. And Zach says, I do recommend an annotated edition of Three Musketeers. It was historical fiction when it was written, and the 200 footnotes mind had that yours had were very helpful. Yeah, the edition I saw, I believe, was also translated by Robin bus. So, and it was also a Penguin edition, and the Penguin edition of the Count of Monte Cristo I have has an entire footnote section in the back. So I imagine they're probably the same. I would be kind of surprised if they weren't. And Stina said, Robert, whichever power I could control to my satisfaction. I don't want to overhear anything, everything in anybody's head. Sorry. I don't want to overhear everything in everybody's head, and I don't want to break everything I try to manipulate. I completely agree. And Swang says the Caesar salad was invented in Mexico. Was it? That's interesting. The fact that the Caesar salad has anchovies in the dressing, I would not have thought Mexico. Huh. And Jamie says, last weekend, my friends and I got into a conversation about odd phobias, and we ran across this one. Oh my God, you want me to try to say that? I should have looked at this ahead of time. Hippopotamonstrosiquipedophobia. A fear of long words. That is fabulous, Jamie. Hippopotamonstrosiquipedophobia. Nope. I would have to practice that one. Robert says a group of ravens is called an unkindness. Yes, I have heard that one before. I do enjoy it. Got crows as a murder and ravens as an unkindness. I wonder if they got against those birds. And Faye says, I read 26 pages. Well done. And Stina says, made it to page 32, a picnic, and then did some admin stuff. Nice. Talcana says, read 5 pages and played games with a kiddo. And Jamie said, ate my salad while listening to the Buffalo Hunter, then shifted to reading I'll Be Gone in the Dark and made it to page 172. Very nice. Denise says, watered my outdoor plants and talked with my sister again. Also talked to both of my sons. That's lovely. A lot of catching up. Faye says, I've hated CBS for years. Understandable. I don't really have a positive view of most any outlet out there anymore. I really don't. And Stina says, last month was Orbital by Samantha Harvey. This month is The Director by Daniel Kelman. Okay. I'll have to look at those to see what they're about. And you said I would think just sesquipedalophobia would get the point across. All right, everyone. We're at 4:12. I would be okay with doing another 45. I'll probably read for part of the 45 and probably take a mental break for the rest because I've been consistently reading other than when I've had to get up. Helping Barker get used to his new food dispenser, for those that missed me talking about that earlier. And I have it set where he gets fed 3 times a day. So he gets like 2 times a day. It's a little bit bigger portion. And then he gets like a kind of like a nighttime snack, if you will, because he wakes up at like 2 a.m. and wants breakfast. So this is the reason that we ended up getting the automatic feeder, is because for a very long time, I don't even remember how long this has been going on. I have not been able to sleep through the night because he wakes me up to get breakfast and to go out. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe if he'll be fed automatically, he won't wake me up. But if we do the feeder and he still wakes me up because he wants to go outside, then I'm still going to have to get up. But it'll be one less step for me to have to do, I guess. So we'll see how it goes. Let's see. And Stina says, I think the Caesar salad thing was an Italian-American chef working in a restaurant in Mexico, something like that. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Zach says, nachos were named after the chef who invented them, whose first name was Nacho. I love that. That's great. And Robert says, sesquipedal. Oh my gosh. Sesquipedalate. Sesquipedalian. There we go. We got there. All right. Then I'm going to ask you all our final question of the evening, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It can be anything, big or small, something that happened 5 minutes ago or something that happened right after we had our last sprint last week. I just want to hear about it. and we're going to do another 45. And I am going to go back in to Alien Clay and probably finish up this chapter and see how much more reading I have in me tonight. And then just kind of take a little bit of a break. And I will see you all in a bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did finish that chapter of Alien Clay, and then I've just been texting with one of my friends and catching up a little bit of what's been going on over the last week. So before we left, I asked you all, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? And Swank says, I got my kitchen project done. Remember to put out the trash. Awesome job. Faye says, I can't believe how much packing I've done this week. I kept going until my limbs felt like jello. Then I yelled at them not to be quitters and kept going a while longer. Don't push yourself too hard or you'll get sick, Faye. But I know, like when you're moving, you got a deadline, so I understand. Zach says, I read and liked Orbital by Samantha Harvey. Anyone who checks it out should keep in mind that it takes place over the course of 25 and a half hours, not a long amount of time. Good to know. And says, Zach, that was my favorite book of last year. Oh, cool. He said, I read The Grapes of Wrath and didn't throw the book across the room. Yeah, I know. That was an accomplishment. But I know that you said it was still very relevant for today. It was funny when I was buying the Count of Monte Cristo, I actually stopped and looked at a copy of Grapes of Wrath because of what it was that you said. And I was like, well, because I'm still getting through this big book and I've got my giant TBR, I'm not going to buy another book, but it's something I'm thinking about. And Faye says, and oh no. And Stina says, I attended a writing workshop for the first time in a very long time. Yay! It was fun and useful, and I made some new friends. That's wonderful. Happy to hear that. Anne says, finish reading Misbehaving at the Crossroads by Honoree Fanon. Jeffers, 5 stars. What am I going to read next? Hopefully something fantastic. Jamie said, I finished 2 books this week, a 4-star and a 5-star. Fabulous! I'm quite happy with that since I was feeling pretty slumpy at the beginning of the month. You go, Jamie. And Andy's here. Hi, Andy. Catching us right at the end. Happy to see you. Robert says, high rise at 22 to 45%. Good job. Robert says, Andy, hello. And Anne says, is Anthony Briggs the translator of The Count of Monte Cristo? He's the translator of Resurrection by Leo Tolstoy. I believe he has a translation of The Count of Monte Cristo, but he is not the translator for my edition. My edition is the Penguin Classics version that was translated by Robin Buss. And it's very good. And Jamie said, made it to page 198 and I'll be gone in the dark. And Faye says, I read 23 pages and had about 10 pages left of Our Last Best, or I have about 10 pages left of Our Last Best Chance. That's awesome. You're going to finish that tonight. Denise says, started organizing my books, a huge task. And Indigo's here. Hi, Indigo. Indigo says, hi, I'm new around here, but I subscribed and liked. Oh, thank you. I'm reading White Teeth by Zadie Smith and loving it, actually. That's fabulous. Happy to have you. Faye says, welcome, Indigo. Talkana says, read 30-ish pages of The Enchanted Greenhouse. I've heard of that. I hope it's good. Stina said, did more admin stuff trying to put together an event on short notice. Oh, that's always fun. Been there. Denise says, was able to read the whole sprint. Enjoying this book. Awesome. Robert says, Alex, thank you for Sprint's recent review. Shout out. Enjoy your time out next Friday. Thank you. I will. I'll be swimming. And hopefully the weather will hold out because if it rains, it's going to suck. It's so funny when you like are hoping for rain for so long and you finally get it and then it's just almost every day it's raining and then you get to the point where you're like, okay, can I have like the sun back? It's like it's always just needing to do a rain dance or a reverse rain dance. And Denise says, thanks for the sprints. Have a great weekend, everyone. You too, Denise. Thank you. And says, thanks. Yes, wonderful to see you all. And I know it's really late right now, but I didn't have like a normal dinner because I had a late lunch and I'm feeling like I need to eat something. So I'm actually going to go make myself like a deli sandwich, maybe eat some carrots because that sounds good. And Faye says, since there's no sprints next week, by the time I see you next, I'll be on the other side of my move. Oh my gosh, that is so true. Well, Faye, I'm putting it out there. It's all going to go great. You're going to do awesome. I know that you have to be I think you said it was going to be an RV for a period of time. You got to kind of like imprint on that as your home for a little while before you get to the new place. I believe for you, it will go well. And I hope that Robert says, capybara. That's right. My mascot, capybara. All right, everybody. Well, have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful weekend. I always hope that for you all. It says, thanks for sprints. Good night, everybody. You too. Zach says, slamwich. And Faye says, thanks, Alex. Thank you, Faye. And Jamie says, Faye sending good moving vibes. Yes. Thanks to Jamie. Faye says, have a good couple of weeks, everyone. Yes, you all do that. And we're getting ready to less than 2 weeks. We're already going to be in the month of our next book club meeting. It's just July is just flying by. It's wild. But I will see you all next time. Takana says, thanks for sprints. Y'all have a great couple of weeks. You too. Bye, everybody.